Good evening, everybody. Welcome. You guys missed a freaking panic moment from me. I was about to go. Hey, Sand Lord. Hey, Techno Freak. Welcome. Hey, Saint Lady. Welcome. Oh man, I was in a panic for like a good 5 minutes there. Get the thing up here. I opened up OBS and none of my overlays were working. They were all wrong. Like they weren't the right size or anything. I'm like, and it popped up the window that's like, all these files are missing. I'm like, what? And it turns out, and this is, I have never seen this before. At some point between the last stream and today's stream, so it had to be overnight, the my streaming PC decided to just unmount the drive on its own that all the, all my streaming files are on. It was just unmounted. I couldn't see it, didn't know what was there, nothing. I'm like, So I just rebooted it about 10 minutes ago. Now it sees the drive again. So I've never seen that before, where it's just like, yeah, I go away now. So that's why you probably saw me resizing the starting now screen, because I was playing with it when it didn't have the files, and it was all kind of, everything was a little bit off, but hopefully everything else is the right size and everything now. Oh man. It's just like, and that's the funny thing. Like, I have a streaming PC for the specific reason that I don't touch it, right? Like, I don't touch any of the settings. The settings are there. I keep it purposely back from a couple, Windows updates back, so I'm not constantly in that fight for like, can you see my audio equipment? Can you not? And then like just something completely random like this happens, and you're like, I didn't touch it. What's going on? Oh man. Anyway. Good evening, everybody. It's Friday evening for me. What a way to start the weekend. We're gonna do some coding. I've noticed I was kind of doing my lurking thing in the Discord here, and I know someone just reported a bug, so I'm going to take a look and see if I can reproduce this bug. And let's see what we got here. Also, just kind of I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say anything, but just kind of like a side note here. Why is everybody so angry? Like, we're all human beings. Let's all like, chill a little bit. A lot of like angry back and forths in there, and I'm like, it's like, come on. I mean, there's times to be frustrated and angry, but let's relax. Let's give everybody the benefit of the doubt here. Jeez Louise. Oof. It's like everybody had a. Yeah, it is. It really is. It's just like, man, like, come on, everybody. Like, these aren't like, life or death situations. I'll let you know if it's a life or death situation. It's not. Let's all like give everybody the benefit of the doubt. I get that we're still in the holiday season and there might be still some tensions and stuff, but let's everybody take a deep breath. We'll be fine. 2023 is almost here. Everything will be great then, right? See, now I'm just trolling now. Yeah. No, I've been seeing that too. Lord. So I don't know. I just hope we can kind of like, let's just everybody take a deep breath. It's going to be fine. Everything will be fine. Nobody. It feels like it's one of those things where it reminds me a lot of just working, in an office and everything, or just like working, as a dev for companies in the past and whatnot, where it's like everybody on the team is very passionate about the software product, and there are times when those passions get high, and there's some words exchanged, but it's like you kind of all have to kind of take a step back and remember that, like, we're all trying to make something good happen here. It's like we're not all idiots. Sometimes we can be, but not all the time. Let's like relax for a second and realize that we're all trying to accomplish the same thing. We're all trying to do good here. So, hey, Psychotic, welcome. Remember, language blocks exist as well. Not everybody shares the same ideas, but all have different viewpoints. Yeah, exactly. And also, let's not discount the fact that text is a very terrible way of communication, because you cannot convey tone in text very, very easily. It takes a lot, right? So it's like, you don't have to immediately believe that you don't have to immediately jump to the conclusion that someone's being aggressive. It might sound that way, but they might not have intended it that way. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have to throw rocks at each other. Oh man, it's just, I don't know. But anyway, I do want to try and help out a little bit here. So if I got the gist of this, and I think I did, Usugeek here is having a problem with the not able to select no on the should links automatically be clickable, and it sounds like it has something to do with, or at least he's pointing to the fact that he was trying to use the editor to do bold and italic letters at the same time, and that somehow that's having an effect on this, which is possible, because I don't think I've ever used the actual editor buttons on the edit page. So I just usually just type out the markup for it, but where am I at here? Do I have the... Okay, first of all, I gotta get let's get onto a clean branch status. Where are we at here? I was in the middle of doing some raid stuff. We're gonna do some more coding for the raid stuff tonight. But, let me... rage tail raids, get commit. More raid stuff. Status. Alright, let's go get onto the dev branch here, which should be the clean branch without any of my changes. And more importantly, it's the one that's closest to live. In fact, it is live, basically. Let's run our server here. Positive respect goes a long way. Yeah, it does. It really does. It's there's a bit of a, I don't know, every so often I see like a wave of just like people jumping to conclusions on things, and it seems like it happens in waves. Like it comes and it goes, it comes and it goes. It's just like, and some of that might be just, not everybody is very good with managing their own emotions, and so you have to be somewhat cognizant of the fact that there are some people who maybe are working on it, but they're not quite there yet, where they, you know, their emotions aren't quite in check yet. Well, I get that, but you know, let's let's all take a deep breath sometimes. All right, so we got this. So if I go to settings page, I go to channel set. All right, so what it sounds like is, let's say, chat roll here. I do bold, italic. Where's the link? All right. Okay. Update. But update okay. What I'm wondering. Let's do that. All right, let's take let's go look up Lucagen. Wait, what was it? Usogi. No, what I had. This. Copy that. And let's go over here. That on yes right now. Let's update. Okay. Let's say head here. And let me see if I understand what's going on here. Profile text with character symbols when using bold and italic letter style. Next automatically be clicked. Toggle option. Well, he's saying profile text, but I don't know if that's. I mean, I could try the profile text, I guess, rather than the chat rules. I would think the chat rules would be the thing that would be affecting it, though, because it's on the same page. But I wonder if here's my wondering. I wonder if there's an error happening when it's trying to update the channel, and it's able to change this to no, but then when it goes to update channel, it goes back to yes because there's an error trying to save something, probably. I bet that's what it is. Let's go profile. Let's take his profile here. There. Take that. And let's do it. Update settings. Profile updated. Hmm. I don't know, looks like it's working as far as I can tell. And I'm in Brave browser as well. Let's see. Turning off blockers or private tab doesn't work either. Different chat levels area. It sounds like there's a JavaScript thing going off that's stopping it from changing it, but when using bold with character symbols when using bold italic letter style. Character symbol. So if I do this, or maybe it's talking about like, what was it, like Alt 255 or something? Yeah. I don't think we have any. I don't think we have any JavaScript on here. Alt 140. Let me take a look at it. Hello, Santa Claus. Do you know if IT has a lot to do with coding? I was thinking about doing that as a side job. It depends on the type of IT, which I know is a crappy answer, but if you're talking like help desk kind of thing, maybe not. Like Windows help desk if you're like doing just basic configurations and stuff. But if it's like if it has to do with like server infrastructure and stuff like that, there's probably going to be a little bit of coding, like shell scripting and things like that. But if it has to do with like Windows systems, I mean, you might it's more you have to know where to go to do things, like Active Directory setups and email setups and stuff like that. Those aren't as heavy on the coding side. I mean, they might have a few like, again, they might have a few like scripts that they run that maybe you'd have to manage, but they would be, you know, what the hell is it called? PowerShell scripts and stuff like that, probably, maybe. So it wouldn't be, probably wouldn't be any hardcore coding if it's just IT, but there's probably a little bit here and there, like shell scripting, and also, you know, just general knowledge of operating systems and stuff. Like if it's going to be like, you know, your help desk for, say, Linux machines or something like that, you'd have to know a bunch of commands and stuff. Debugging code was easier for me. Helping people fix their computers. Yeah, I mean, it really depends on. It really depends on the type of computers. If you're helping people fix their Windows computers, there's probably not going to be a lot of coding in there. If the users are on like Macs, there might be a little bit here and there, like a little bit of shell stuff here and there, but even then, not so much. If the users are primarily on Linux, you'll probably have a little bit more shell scripting and stuff to deal with. But, it's not... I wouldn't necessarily call it a very difficult... you wouldn't need to know that much in coding, I wouldn't think. But again, like I said, it's, comes down to the area of IT you're going into. Yep. Because technically speaking, I write code and I'm still technically considered IT. Because not only do I write code, but I can also set up servers and all kinds of other things. AWS and manage AWS things and all that kind of nonsense. Do database stuff. Because I'm what they call full stack developer. So I basically a jack of all trades but a master of none, as they say. You know what I mean? Like I could do a lot of things, not necessarily well, but I could do a lot of things, You think anybody could do IT? How hard would you say IT stuff is if you had to rate it out? So IT, honestly, the hardest part of IT, well, there's two difficult parts of IT. One is dealing with users. And I'm not talking this is not like a Starbucks barista kind of dealing with the public. This is dealing with people that you're going to deal with multiple times. You know what I mean? There's a chance that if you're a barista, you probably have some regulars and they're probably okay to deal with, but most people you probably will never see again. With IT, you're going to see that person a lot, and there's a lot of people who will get reputations for being more difficult than others. So there's the part of that, and then the other part of it is often you're not just dealing with one. It's a lot like diagnosing a problem with, say, an auto, like a car, where the customer says, I'm getting some knocking noises, and there's lights on the dashboard, and so you gotta kind of have to look at a couple different things. You gotta kind of you gotta hook up your scan tool, find out what codes are going in. You gotta take it for a test drive, see if you see the knocking, see if you see what's going on. You kind of have to do a little bit of that, basically sit at their computer and just have them show you what they're doing and stuff like that. So there's a lot of patience and a lot of just kind of managing all these multiple systems that are all trying to interact with one another in crazy ways, and everybody's computer is different, kind of thing. So as far as difficulty is out of 10, I would say IT's probably, I'll say maybe 7 out of 10. Again, depending on what kind of IT you're doing. If you're dealing, as you said, with help desk is probably the harder of them, I would say, because again, you got to deal with users. If you were doing, say, server infrastructure or something like that, it would probably be less of a problem because you'll have processes and procedures that you'll follow for a lot of different scenarios. And so, if your shop is run well, there won't be a whole lot of unknowns. Whereas with help desk, general help desk, it's every day is an unknown. You don't know. You don't know if you're going to walk into a disaster area or if you're gonna have a nice night. You know what I mean? So I would say of all the IT divisions, I'd say, programming's probably like 9, and database is probably 7, and well, actually, database is probably more like a 5, and then IT help desk is about a 7, and IT infrastructure is probably more like a 4 or 5 kind of thing. Yeah. What is... So, I don't... what JavaScript could be causing an issue? Question. Duplicate IP. Oh. Oh no, it's no problem. No problem. I'm here to answer questions too and everything. How long did it take me to feel comfortable when I started doing IT stuff? I would say 5 years. Maybe a little bit more. It's the thing with anything like IT work and stuff like that is that you get into a rhythm and you learn as you learn on the job as you're doing things. And that could be, depending on how you learn things, that could be very stressful, right? Because there's going to be that time period when you're first in there. I mean, let's put it all out there. Imposter syndrome is rampant in anything that requires your brain. I would say in any division that requires a lot of like creativity and logical thinking. And that kind of thing. So art and computers and all that stuff. So there's always going to be that stress of like you've been hired to do a job and you're stressing out because you don't know the answer to something, and you're like looking things up and you're furiously Googling and you're just trying to like rack your brain about things, and that never goes away. It kind of like even I still have that today where I'm like, why, I just get that like everybody's gonna realize that you're a fraud kind of thing. I still have that voice in my head even today, and I've been doing this crap for 20 years. Well, it'll be 20 years in March. So it's I would say for me, it took like, programming wise, at least it took about 5 years. And I say that because my first job lasted 5 years. And then I switched to a new job. And whenever you switch to a new job, it all almost resets to 0 again. You're back to that big stressful push of like, I gotta learn a brand new system all over again. I gotta learn brand new procedures all over again. And after that, after having switched jobs the first time, after my first job, going into my second job, once I kind of got over that hump of like, okay, I've learned this new system. Like it only took me about 6 months to learn a new system. Once I got into there and I learned what was expected of me and everything else. Every time I've gone to a new job afterwards, it's been progressively easier, or at least there's less unknowns as you're doing it. There's always a little bit of stress, but it's the manageability of it is greatly increased because you have experience on your side at that point. You know what I mean? You know that it's coming, and so you're kind of prepared for it, that kind of thing. So yeah, I mean that's basically how I could go at it. I didn't do myself. I never did help desk. I was a webmaster back in the day, which I guess was kind of sort of a little bit of help desky, but I was more like server side things. But I never really dealt with users because I'm not really a people person to begin with. So I just kind of went off and did my own thing. So most of my experience is just like with colleagues, you know, like IT people, in particular programmers, are an odd bunch. And I mean that with utmost respect to everybody, because it's you end up to get really good at like programming and really good at computers and stuff. You spend a lot of time with your head in textbooks and things when everyone else is out partying and building their social skills. You're kind of doing your own thing. So the level of social skills of IT people just across the board is across the board, is pretty varied. You'll get some people who are some interesting characters, but it's like one of those things where I learned very early on that most of them, their hearts are in the right place. It's just, even though they're gruff and they might say things that are really not very polite, that don't sound very polite, let's put it that way. They're not trying to be insulting usually. Some people are, but most of the time they're not trying to be like insulting. They're unfiltered. Their passions are unfiltered, and so they're just saying what comes to mind and not really realizing that it's, you know, the kind of impact it's having on on the people around them. But then you find out, like, if you like, I found out, like, there was a guy I worked with, years ago. A lot of the technical staff didn't really want to hang around him because they felt like he was too roughshod, too gruff, too he said what was on his mind and he didn't really give a damn what anyone else thought. And I got to know him, and I realized, he had that. He definitely had that part of his personality, even with me. But I learned that if I didn't take anything personally from him, you ended up finding out that he was really actually brilliant, and he was really, passionate about his work. It's just that the word choice that he had was not what most people would do. Most people would filter themselves a little bit better, be a little bit more cordial. I mean, he wasn't like yelling at people or anything like that, but he wasn't pulling punches either. A lot of people will pull their punches, and he wasn't, and that kind of made it difficult for a lot of people to work with him. But then once you realize, like, he doesn't mean it personally, then it became a lot easier to work with him, and that's kind of the thing, right? That's IT. That's what I've seen in IT in all my years. That's not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. It's just, it is what I've seen, I'm not trying to make a judge. I'm not trying to make a value judgment on it. You know, I'm just saying that, you know, you just try to set expectations. That you'll run into some interesting characters. And some of that could lead to your level of comfort. You know what I mean? Some people are very uncomfortable when they realize that, you know, in scenarios like that, and it all plays into it, you know? You're going for your degree in IT. You've done one class that was just coding and debugging. You barely passed that class, but eventually you're going to try for help desk. Yeah, I mean, it's by all means, you know, keep trying. Like, it's not a coding and debugging is not for everybody, right? And it really depends on what you like doing more. Do you like helping people out more? Do you like working on your own on things? You know, that's the big difference right there. Like, a lot of companies say, you know, are you a self-starter? Do you work in teams well and all this stuff? And really, for the programming side of IT, it's like most of your time is, you know, you do interact with your team, and it is important that you communicate well. But the vast majority of your time is spent just on your own, just trying to get work done. Or, you know, doing the meeting crawl too, I guess. But you don't necessarily do the meeting crawl until your feedback is valued, I guess. Which is probably why I end up doing more of the meeting crawl than the actual writing of code anymore. But it's you know, it's like you're plugging away at it. You know, there's a lot of the thing that is hilarious now that I look back at it. I got my first computer. I worked over the summer, got paid, you know, under the table, and bought my first computer when I was like a sophomore in high school. So it would have been like year 10, right? And at that point I knew I wanted to do something in computers. I didn't know what. I thought I was just going to be like a data entry person or something. I just wanted to do something that had to deal with computer. I didn't realize that the people who work on software are not the people who work on hardware. Because every time I looked at something, I was like, oh, all this hardware in here, I don't really have an interest in the hardware. So I never thought to myself like, oh, the people who write the code are actually not the people who work on the hardware. And it wasn't until gaming of all things, I picked up a How to Teach Yourself Game Programming in 21 Days. And it was then that I realized, like, oh, software is written by people who just do software. They don't they don't necessarily deal with the hardware other than how to work with, other than how to call it when they need something, like input from the mouse or something like that. And that sort of started me down the path of, oh, okay, now I know I want to be, you know, a programmer kind of thing. It's the same thing with any IT stuff. It's like, get the foundation, you know, dabble in coding, dabble in, you know, databases, dabble in server infrastructure, dabble in, you know, client help desk stuff, and then try it all and just see what calls to you. You know, you might find out that, hey, help desk is great and all, but I really like working on servers, or I really like working on databases, and you might want to be a database administrator. Plenty of those need it, you know. You know, there's all kinds of these sub specialties if you think of like doctors, for instance, you've got like your general practitioners and you've got your specialists, right? Well, in IT, there really is no concept of a general practitioner. It's mostly specialists. And there's a lot of little specialties that you might not even realize are a thing until you kind of just try them, until you fall into them, So, always keep an open mind and just try things. Even if you think it's like, I don't know if I want to do this or not, it doesn't hurt to give it a try. You tried coding, and you didn't really like it so much. That's cool. That's one thing you don't have to worry about then, right? Now you could try, like, maybe look at databases, see if you like those, Maybe you won't like those. Database stuff is coding, but it's a different type of coding. You know what I mean? So, who knows? The only degree I know I want to for is IT, but if I'm bad IT, I don't really know what other degree I would choose from. Well, I wouldn't worry about the degree. Let me back that up and say, by all means, get a degree. I wouldn't worry about the type of degree. I would worry about at some point as you're getting your degree, you'll have an opportunity to take electives. And I would say broaden your horizons with your electives. You don't necessarily have to stick to one type of thing. Like I took business administration. Like I was forced to take a minor. And so I minored in business administration, which is not anything I've ever had any interest in. But I took it anyway because it's like, you know what? Why not? Right? That's no problem. I got what you said. So yeah, like on the same breath, there is a shortage, and there has been a shortage of computer programmers for decades now. And I've hired programmers who have physics degrees, who have arts degrees, who have geography degrees. Like, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, you'll probably find something. All they're really looking for is that you have a degree, which is kind of dumb, and I get that, but it's, someone declared at some point in time that was the hurdle that everyone had to jump over, right? So I say to you, just do the best you can. Get whatever degree is closest to what you think you want. And then once you get out into the world, like try and broaden your experience as much as you can in college. I know it's limiting, but do the best you can. And once you get out there and start looking, you've already got the hall pass that they're looking for, right? They only care that you have a BS in something. I would not, and I still would not go for like a master's degree or anything like that. I would just I would go as far as bachelor's, if you can afford a bachelor's. Even if you get just an associate's, that's fine. I would go as far as getting a bachelor's and then get out there and start getting some work experience. Because there's this thought that, having a master's or having a doctorate will get you a higher paying job as far as technology is concerned. That might be the case in other industries, but as far as technology is concerned, not really. You might get an extra $5,000 when you start, but it all becomes a wash after a couple years. After a couple years, you're making the same amount that everybody else is making, regardless of how many letters are after your name, or before your name, as the case may be. It's, experience, at least as it stands today, experience in technology trumps everything else. If you can get experience, if you can get years of experience under your belt, that will, someone with 5 years experience will have almost their pick of anywhere they want to go. It's just, it also comes down to like how well you negotiate how well you interview and stuff, which you don't have to worry about right now, but it is important to know how to interview properly when you go places. Do your research on the place, and for God's sakes, make sure you ask questions of them. I have had so many candidates come in, and I always, when I sit down with my colleagues and they're about ready to go into an interview to interview somebody, I always say to them, okay, let's make sure that we wrap up with 10 minutes left so that they can ask us questions. And we always do that. And there's been so many candidates that were promising that come in, and you got 10 minutes left, and we say, okay, there's 10 minutes left in the interview. Do you have any questions for us? And they go, no, I don't have any questions. I'm like, really? You really don't have any questions? You sure? You're really sure you don't have any questions? Because, you would theoretically be joining a team, and there's only so much information you're going to get on a website. There's, you can ask us anything you want. We're in the office. We're in a confidential area. You can ask us, like, how does a team work together? What technology is using? All that stuff. So those are my things. I've had, and on the opposite end of that, we had a guy come in for one of the jobs I worked at. We did like 3 rounds of interviews. So like they would come in, and then 2 guys would do what we called soft skills, which is find out what kind of personality the person had, and whether they'd be a good fit for a team. And then 2 of us would go in afterwards and do hard skills, so just technology questions. I wasn't a big fan of that. I feel like it's the way I've always approached an interview is, when I'm interviewing somebody else, is get them to follow some kind of path. You know what I mean? And follow up on those on that path. Like, listen to their answers and then come up with follow-up questions to their answers that are tailored to their answers, and then you can get a better picture of not only their hard skills but also their sort of soft skills and their personality. But whatever, that was what it was. And the person came in, they got an interview for their hard skills, and at the end, they were given 10 minutes at the end to ask questions. They asked some questions, and the guys answered them, and then they stood up and they said, okay, thank you for your time. I'm not a good fit for your company. I think we're good here. And he left before completing the interview, and I was like, okay, I have mad respect for that person. They came in, they asked questions, they knew what they wanted. We weren't it. Awesome. They didn't waste anybody's time. Just have 2 classes left for your basics, and the rest are computer classes. That's good. That's a good place to be in. I was always behind. They made me take foundation classes because they swore up and down that I didn't know how to, like, do basic things like read. Like, they said I couldn't write papers. I was bad at writing. Which was just hilarious. So they forced me to take like a foundation class on writing. And they had all these cockamamie ways of like, this is how you write, this is how you structure a paper, this is how it should look, and this is what, and all this stuff. And I did it that way for that class. And then I said, okay, let me try this as a test in another class. Let me try writing a paper for another class in the style that they're saying to write in. I got a C on that. All right. So then I said, okay, let me write it, the next paper, the way I was taught to write it. I got a B plus. I was like, all right, this was a total waste of time. It's like, we'll write it that way for them to just get through that class, and then everyone else, I'll just write it the way that I always write things. Structure the paper the way that I structure it. It's just, and it felt like one of those things where they just were. And the problem with that was because I took those because I was forced to take those foundation classes, they weren't worth any credits. So I had to put extra money out to take an extra course load so that I could, over the summer and stuff, to make it up so I could get done in 4 years, which ended up being right down to the wire because I had grants and stuff, but I still had loans and everything, but I had maxed out all the loans I could take, and I was paying on top of that, and because every year it was just, the tuition was just going sky high, and I got out just in time. I wouldn't have been able to go another year. But anyway, it was, I was supposed to take a minor. I did. It was, business administration. And then I think my senior year, I had all these free, periods. I had all these electives that I could take. And suddenly they had all kinds of computer courses that they didn't have the previous year. And they didn't count towards my minor, but they still counted as credits. So I was like, you know what? Screw this. I'm taking these computer courses. Like, they had like an operating systems course, which is fantastic. They had all kinds of things that they hadn't offered the year before. They had a database course. They had all kinds of things. So I took that. Instead of taking the courses for my minor, I took the courses for that. They still let me go. All they did was look at the number of credits I had at the end of the year, and it was like, oh yeah, you have the correct number of credits. Cool. And I was done, and I was out of there. But I graduated in 2002, which was right after the dot-com bubble burst. So it took me until like March of 2003 to find a job, because it was just, there was nothing. Like when I was in college, I remember like the Sunday paper had an entire section, like pages and pages, 20, 30 pages full in the newspaper of jobs for technology. And then when I went to graduate, it was down to like 1/4 of a page was all that was left. And all those jobs were, 10 years experience, 20 years experience, 15 years experience. Like, you're kidding. You're absolutely kidding me. So, but I persevere and you find stuff. You know what I mean? So the moral of that story is, like I said, just like, if you have electives and you've got computer courses, take them. Like, see what, spread your wings a little bit and find out what you like. Because the sooner you find out what you like, the happier you'll be once you get out into the workforce. You know what I mean? Is it always hard to learn new programs? With how new programs always come out, having to learn about them. There's A little bit. It's harder to learn it the first time, but then subsequent updates aren't as difficult. The thing about programs and even with programming in general, and I'm talking just software, not only software programs, but also like just coding. There's a lot of common ground that you'll see in software. You know, I guess the best example would be browsers. You know, nobody bats an eye at switching browsers, right? You know, I'm in Brave browser, I'm in Chrome browser, I'm in IE or Edge, I should say. Browsers they're different, but they're very similar, right? You know, once you've learned one, the other ones kind of flow into one another. You know, it's not quite as difficult to learn the other. They all have their idiosyncrasies, but it's not as difficult. It's the same thing with a lot of software too. It's like, you know, an email program is an email program is an email program. You know, they have a lot of bells and whistles, and they have a lot of gotchas, but at the end of the day, they're sending email. You know what I mean? There's only so many ways it's going to fail on you. You know, Office Suite. The Office Suite has its set of problems, but it has, you know, once you, it's less about learning the software and more about learning the quirks of the software, right? Once you've had enough experience fixing the software, learning it becomes a lot easier because you know where its weaknesses are. You know what I mean? No. It's perfectly okay. Part of why I do this is let me put it this way. I don't stream coding with the intent of actually getting anything accomplished. I stream coding with the intent of maybe getting a few things here and there, but also like answering questions and all that stuff, because there's a lot of mystery and lack of information about just basic things, you know, whether it's, you know, technology, whether it's working in the industry, whether it's, you know, coding something like Blemish here or something like that. You know, it's just, people have questions and it's hard to find good, reliable answers to those questions. I can't say that I'll have the answer to everything or that my answers are particularly good, but, you know, it's always nice to have somebody to like, oh yeah, you know, this is what I've seen. You know, this is what I've seen go down. There's no such thing as new code, it's just copy pasted from Stack Overflow. That is true, Selrak. That is so true. Did I manage to replicate the bug yet? No, I have not managed to replicate the bug yet. I'm trying to figure out what, like, I'm using his rules thing. I pulled his, oops, that's not what I want. I pulled his profile down. My best guess is that there's an error. I mean, he was saying that he couldn't click on this, which, as far as I know, there's no JavaScript here that would be running. I mean, there's a little bit with the bold and stuff, but there may be an unclosed tag somewhere. I mean, the best thing. So what I thought initially was that I was thinking that same thing. Like, I thought initially that maybe he managed to put a special character in here or something that was breaking the page. But I don't. I mean, this is just a text area. Like, what could you put in a text area that would break the whole page? Or, I mean, maybe not break the whole page, but like, is there something that we could put in the text area that would cause it to not be able to save? Like, I'm wondering if, I mean, if I take it literally, what he was saying here, it's saying the toggle option is not working, right? Saying the option toggle, but I don't know if he means that the toggle itself isn't clickable, or if he's clicking it and hitting update and it's not updating, right? Because that would mean that there's an error in the background. It's not updating. Right, and that's where I'm a little bit confused. Because it looks, I mean, I can't think of anything. I mean, this is JavaScript, but it's just popping things into the text area. Because the other thing is, it could be that it's stealing focus here. Like the text area is stealing focus. But I don't know how you would get into a loop where it was stealing the focus like that. Like, I don't know. Like, it's still allowing me to click on other things. And I think he said that it also, turning off blockers or private tab doesn't work either. So I don't have the blocker on, and I'm in a normal tab. Yeah, I could try opening it up in incognito. Well, but no, you couldn't. It's not gonna. Is it gonna work in incognito? Like, if I switch over to incognito, it's gonna lose my session, and I'm gonna have to log in again. And at that point, it would make sense that it wouldn't work because you don't have permission to change the channel settings at that point because we don't know who you are. Is it F12? Yeah. I do see this multiple IDs detected, which is a boo-boo. But that shouldn't be causing us... That shouldn't be causing this issue. I don't know. Can't change the toggle to no. Different chat toggles area. Different chat toggles area. Can't change the toggle to no. It's saying that he can't change this to no. I mean, that does take, I mean, it takes the focus when you do this. But I don't see how. Let me see. Let me look at premium settings. It's channels. What was the settings? These are your channel settings profile. What is this? Settings stream. Router. Settings. Stream. User settings controller stream. Where stream. Stream.html. Oh. Okay, so it's in here. Freaking bots again. I'll deal with that bot. Anyway. Let's. Actually, you know what? That ticks me off. I'm going to deal with that bot right now. I hate that so much, man. Trying to do something here and freaking Twitch bots advertising in my channel. They're shitty services. Why can I? Account created April 7th. What the hell was the thing here? There's no way to like report them. There we go. Spam, scams, or bots. Please include time. Please include timestamp if possible. What? Your Twitch, you don't know the timestamp of the damn chat message I just reported? Tell us more. What do you want? What more do you want me to tell you? It's freaking spam. report. Whatever. I've never, like, no wonder Twitch is a pain in the ass. They make it such a pain in the ass just to report a freaking thing. Like, let's ask you 20 questions about why you're reporting this thing. How about you just do your own due diligence? It'd be helpful if you had a timestamp. What the hell are you talking about? We want a timestamp of when this thing came through our own system. Oh, really? That's great. Get hosting. So I want to look at. I guess I want to look at stream here. Let's do this first. So viewer count. This is not the right. Where's the stick? Now settings live. User live. What is? Settings controller. Stream.html. There it is, under user live. No, this is not it. Now settings. Where is it at? Look at the actual source for his page. There are new lines in there. Yeah, let me just see. What's going on here? Stream? Here it is. Stream HTML. So many things. Verify. Blah blah blah. Channel settings live. It's all this just to go down to that. Channel settings live. There we go. Fire confirm email. Text heavy, sold. Markdown toolbar. Checks update. Ignore. Okay. Chat rules. Edit. Markdown toolbar. Chat rules. Edit. Air tag. Let's see. What we got here? Yeah, I mean, he's got line breaks in there. I can't imagine that causing an issue. I mean, I could try. Let's do this. Let's copy this. Let's put it in like Notepad or something. Okay, well, it's not. Not causing Notepad any issues. That would usually be the first sign. How about TextPad here? Let's turn paragraph marks on. It looks like they're regular paragraph marks. Now that said, new line is 13. Well, 10 and 13 is control. 10 is character turn. 13 is line feed, I think. Right. So if I go into where are we at here? If I come over here and I try to physically create a line feed. I do Alt 13. Okay, now that's nothing. Alt 10. That seems to be okay with that. Let's try Alt 10, Alt 13. I still click things there. It's not doing that. I don't think he's doing special characters. I think that's okay. I mean, he has a special character here, a paragraph mark, but I don't think there's... I think maybe there's like a stuck key. But I'm trying to replicate it by holding down like Control or Alt or something, and not stuck keys not making that happen unless it's like tab, which our tab stuff is not. Our tab order is actually not bad. No idea here. Yeah, I know. I'm using Brave as well. But and he said that turning off the blockers in the private tab doesn't work either, which I don't have a private tab on and I don't have any blockers on. Rules is a heading. Yeah, it's still not really. Those are any problems that I can see there. The only thing I can think is that he was like one of these bolds or italic or something was firing off constantly. Every time I try to click on here, it would steal the visibility back on here. I don't know what would cause those to repeatedly fire though. I don't know. Is there anything else? There's something I can like. Just copy this out of here. That's the raw text. Try that in the rules section. We'll click on this. Oh. We don't have, do we have autofill or autocomplete turned off on this? Doesn't look like it. I mean, it could be a... It could be a, like a password manager or something trying to automatically paste something into that field, but yeah, markdown toolbar, which is a JavaScript thing. Down toolbar. This one? This looks like it. Markdown toolbar comes with focus management as advised in ARIA authoring practice 1.1 toolbar design pattern. Automatically manage. Add a data MD button attribute to any custom toolbar items to enroll them into focus management. MD button. Oh, if I add an additional button, there's put data MD button on it, and that will manage the focus. I wonder. Somehow that's causing an issue. It's how a toolbar moves and tab stop. The roving tab index method for managing focus with tabbing into the toolbar, focus returns to control at left head focus. Focus movement inside the toolbar is managed using roving tab index. When any of the cut, copy, and paste buttons are disabled, they remain focusable to ensure screen reader users are aware of their presence. When the toolbar has focus, the container element border is highlighted, helping indicate that the container supports directional navigation with the arrow keys. The toolbar item has focus. I wonder. If I hold the arrow key, go here. Oh, wait a minute. Let's do Shift Tab. Hold the arrow key here. No, it still overrides the focus. So. Oh. Home, end, and escape. Toggle the press state of the button. Alright. Oh, I wonder. I do. Like, this happens to be highlighted. How did I highlight and I hold down Shift? Now it still can do that. Or space, I meant. Still do that. Was the should links be automatically clickable, right? I don't know. I'm stumped here because I can't imagine what else would be in play here other than all the other drop-down menus on the page work fine. It's only that one. Doesn't expand the menu, seems locked. Locked. Hyperlinks. I don't think we... So it's disabling the... That's what I'm thinking. It's like it's disabling the drop down, but then I don't think we disable that drop down for any reason. Show recent chat messages. The only one with disabled in name. I mean, yeah. But that would mean, oh. Well, that would mean that the tag is broken then. Channel disable hyperlink. Yeah, channel disable hyperlinks, but it would mean that. Let me see here. Disable hyperlink. It would mean that the word disable is getting divorced from the rest of the name. Right, because if you... But it would have to be... Is that true? If I said... But it's disabled, right? Disabled. Not just disable. No, it would have to be disabled with a D. Yeah, see, now you can't click on it. It says disabled. Wait a minute. So, wait, name, channel, disable hyperlinks. Links automatically be clicked. Automatically be clicked. Somehow. Right, it doesn't. So it looks like it's disabled right now, and the style doesn't change. So it could very well be that somehow that got disabled, which would mean that the HTML on the page is broken. Somehow it managed to break the... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's the I wonder where are we at here? What am I trying to do? I'm trying to break the text area, break out of the text area. But how would I do that? I would have to either have a tag that somehow said end text area, which shouldn't work, or not in the class name, or that could be it. How would that be? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense because it would have to be disabled with a D. But that, I mean, that's still, how would manage to, break out of that. Yeah, or not even like, even if I can get like an F12, like get him to hit F12 and do a screenshot of his console even, because I feel like there's probably a JavaScript error somewhere that's would give us a clue as to what's happening, because the page doesn't just randomly break itself like that. Like, I can't think of any way that he could break out of... Like, I can't think of anything that you would put in a text area that would break the text area out. Yeah, I think it's JavaScript related. I think something is interfering with the markdown buttons. Maybe? You know, this whole thing is driven by JavaScript, all these buttons and everything, the markdown toolbar thing. And I have a feeling that somehow something's going on here. Is there a case where we disable that element? You mean they automatically be clickable? No, I don't see anything. Disable hyperlinks. Wait a second. It can be disabled if channel block links? Oh! Oh, duh. Okay. Yeah. That actually makes sense. Wait a minute. Are you kidding me? Is this just a thing here? So if you block users from posting links, block viewers from posting links, you hit that as yes, and you hit update channel, right? This is now disabled. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, okay. So, yeah. The blocking viewers from posting links means that this no longer is applicable. So that's what that's going on. It's not a bug. You know what? The problem is this doesn't show up as disabled, and I think I should add some styling to it to make it disabled, so you can see that, yeah, that is in fact disabled. Also, we need to reverse the order of these. I think block viewers from posting links should be first, and then should links be automatically be clickable be second, because if the one is tied to the other, then it doesn't make any logical sense for it to go backwards like this. Yeah, grayed out, exactly. Yeah, so here's what we're going to do. So did he say should links automatically block report character symbols are using bold italic letters, so should links okay, so if you have block viewers from posting links, block users from posting links set to yes, then the should links automatically be clickable setting is no longer applicable and is disabled. Problem is that it doesn't look disabled, and the selections should really be in a different order. I will fix the disabled style so it looks disabled, and swap the order of selections so it is more obvious that they can be on one. Thanks for the bug reports. I'll get right. So the next question is, why did he think it was tied to profile text with character symbols? I think the problem is that it doesn't make any logical sense. Like, look at what we were going through, right? We were looking at the HTML and we were looking at the JavaScript and everything else, and because it didn't make any sense that these two things, like, at least initially, didn't make any sense that these two things were tied together. So for someone else who's looking at this page, they might think, oh, I'm doing something weird over here and it's causing some problems over here. You know what I mean? So I think it's just like, I think all of us were just fooled. And it's just because of a weird design choice here, right? So, I mean, when you think about it, these two things actually make sense, but the way they're on the page, it doesn't make sense. And the fact that disabled doesn't look disabled also doesn't make sense. So I kind of get the, like, I like that they at least knew that he at least knew what he did last. You know what I mean? A lot of times you'll get people who are like, oh, it's broken, stuff's broken, and you have no idea what they were doing, but at least he had an idea of what he was doing. So we were in the right area. We all made an assumption about how this was working, and we were all wrong. Which, I mean, that is how it goes. So let me fix this. Probably didn't realize what he changed. Yeah, I mean, and honestly, like, there's no indication here that these two things are tied together whatsoever, right? I mean, when you kind of really gotta think about it for a second, like, oh yeah, no, these two do make sense, right? It's not viewers only though, is it? Yes, it is viewers only. If you're the streamer can still post hyperlinks in their chat regardless of these settings. So no, the streamer can. Mods I don't think can. But the streamer can. Yeah. Because I was just in there for the tenor stuff, and I think I'm pretty sure that's how it's laid out. I think GCT and admins can still post links in your chat even if you have that turned off too. It was a policy. That's the wrong one. Policy chat. Yeah, so in here, if you do not letting you, I swear, our confirmed email is banned until, wait, where did I see that at? I swear I saw this. Parser? Here we go. Config allow links. So the config allow links is that's true, but it's got a whatchamadoozit. Where's the hell is create message? Create chat message. Here we go. So chat message. Moderator is admin. Chat. If allow link in message. Here we go. Oh, I guess they have a separate. Okay. I swear I saw something. No, you're right. It does block it. Allow link in message. I swear I saw something earlier that was trying to allow at least. This channel has links disabled. Huh. That's weird. I could have swore I saw it where it let the channel owner themselves put links in there, but nobody else. Huh. Okay. Oh, that's for block links, right? Which was... Block links was the other thing, wasn't it? Oh no, I guess it's this one. Alright. I don't know, I swore I saw... That's really interesting because I was almost so sure that I saw that I also modeled the tenor GIFs after it. And I said channel owners can always post tenor GIFs even if they have it turned off for everybody else. Oh well, I did more work than I needed to do. Oh well. It should exempt a streamer, that would be nice. Yeah, yeah, okay. I don't know. Weird. Anyway. One way or the other, I got something to fix here. Let's fix this. So we can fix it. Where am I at? I am I on dev? Yeah. Alright, so git checkout. Fix. What do I call this? I guess chat links settings. Chat links settings bug. I'll come up with a better commit message. Do that. Actually, you know what? Let's go and create a issue over here that I can link it to. New issue. What is the name of it? Links be automatically clickable on channel settings page. Does not show disabled status properly. When users select, when users opt to block viewers from posting links, the should links be automatically clickable setting is disabled. However, the field does not appear disabled, and is also above the block viewers setting and is causing confusion amongst users. I don't think I have to go into too much more detail than that. That was a little extra. If anything, I mean, hey, if my middle name ends up being extra, then that's fine. That's fine. Let's go do, so we want to do CSS probably never added. Yeah. Where is my, what am I looking at? I'm looking at the, where the heck was I now? Go back. Go back. Keep going back. There we go. Channel settings alive. So disabled. Do this day. links. I don't know if there's a class called Disable or not, but let's see if that just works. Oh, it helps to have the server up. Compilation error, undefined function. Yep, the one I just did. But I forgot a comp. Wait, hold on here. It wants to be in parentheses. Yeah, because it's, yeah, definitely wants to be in parentheses. There we go. Just use the disabled pseudo class now. I think so. I want to see if this works. I'm sure Bootstrap has a disabled Meduzit for these things. I just don't remember what it's called. I don't remember if they call it disabled or they call it form disabled or any number of 20 other things. Rather than write the CSS for it, you know what I mean? Like, try to use Bootstrap's stuff. Alright, so what is, that? Bootstrap, input, what do we have on there? Form control. It just says add disabled. So somehow that's not getting that. So what do we got here? Form control disabled. Background color. Oh. No reason opacity is being set on it? That's pretty subtle. Like, I mean, that's really subtle. I don't know if that qualifies as looking like it's disabled. Really, the arrow on the right side? Yeah, I see what you're saying. Oh no. Did we do that? No. Yeah, what's weird here is that that's really subtle compared to like our other things that are disabled, right? Or am I just being a goofball here? Don't we disable... Like, this is disabled, right? That's read-only. Where's the... Limits. Profile. Unpopulated fields. Yeah, I mean that's better. What does that have on it? That's an input group. It's just what the input groups look like. Yeah, text color is better. Honestly surprised that's the only thing that we disable on there. Huh. Alright, well let's do... I guess we gotta do our own CSS thing. This is gonna be... weird here. Control disabled var input BG color. Testing 1. We're overriding that somewhere. Backgrounds. Huh. Reference stream. Isn't there where did that thing come from? Isn't there a style on that thing here? Yeah, stream key. Where the hell is that? What's a good app? I don't actually find that. Say, field people. I can just put the, var unit color, and then that. Disabled styling isn't applied until setting is saved. Yeah, I agree. But I also think that it's I don't know if I want to spend any time on that, because this whole page, one of the things I do want to do is get all these pages put out into a dashboard, and so I want to pull apart this page anyway at some point in the future. So, and part of that's going to be having the updates happen immediately, not having to click the update channel button, at least for some of them. So, you know, could have it. I don't know if we have anything running on the page. Yeah, it would be nice if it happened immediately, I guess. If I did I do like a one-shot JavaScript on it. Phoenix just complicates everything for some reason. Like any other time, I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I'll just throw a, I'll just throw an on-click on it and call it a day." But I could still do that. I could just throw an on-click on it. Oh, it's on change, and it's got to be gotta check the The value. Yeah. They did with the radio button on the RAID settings page. Yeah, but on the RAID settings page, I save immediately. This page doesn't save immediately, I don't think. Yeah. Oof. And I guess for this one, I'm not as worried about it because we're disabling it because the setting doesn't matter at that point. So it doesn't really matter what you've set it to. It's not going to be applicable. So not as terrible, I guess. Things field disabled. I put here. Title. Enabled. So I'm just going to do. Field. All right, that's what I called it. Things field. Block links. Then I want to move this down. Here. That, let's see what that looks like. I think that's more obvious that that's disabled. Yeah, so then if I say no, update. There you go. Right. Yeah, okay. I think that's more obvious that that is now disabled when this is a yes. And also it comes after the one you just did. So good. I think I'll just do that bit. Because it also means I don't have to do any tests. It's just a visual fix. So I'll just run the tests. I don't have to add any tests for it. Over here, mix test. Boom, boom, boom. Did what's his face get back to me? Oh, I guess he went to bed. Okay. No problem. No problem. Oh yeah, the Cloudflare stuff. Yeah, I mean, we're using it literally only for DDoS protection and stuff. You know? DDoS protection and also WebSocket protection and stuff like that. There's no, and we don't have any. What info would Cloudflare even? Yeah, I mean, we don't. The only thing even approaching personal info is an email address, right? That's the only thing even approaching that, and I would, you know, email addresses are very easy to create. You know, don't use your personal email. Use whatever email you want. You know. And failures. Okay, that's usual. So, stripe, right. Yeah, stripe. Okay, that's we're good there. Yeah, all the like financial information and stuff, that's all in Stripe. But we don't have any. We don't hold that on our servers at all. And I don't think Cloudflare is doing any kind of like SSL inspection. I mean, they might be doing something like a little bit here and there, but I don't know. I would kind of doubt that they were. I mean, I would need somebody who's really good at, like, I would need somebody who knows the networking stuff, and knows what Cloudflare does at a low level, to be able to. I would defer to them. 90% of the internet uses cloud. Yeah, a good portion, a very, very good portion. Yeah. I don't know if it's 90%, but it's definitely, they're definitely the industry leader. Yeah. So I don't know if there was anything recent, like Cloudflare security, privacy and data protection. GDPR stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't know if there was like a recent expose or something on them. But I haven't heard anything like, I personally haven't heard anything negative. That doesn't mean a whole lot. It doesn't mean nothing negative has happened. You know? Even Google, Amazon, Microsoft. I think Google uses its own thing, because Google has and I think Amazon uses its own thing as well. Because my understanding from people who have worked at Google and at Amazon is that both of those companies suffer greatly from not invented here syndrome, which means they won't use external tools even if it would make their lives easier. They'll home grow everything. I think they have their own homegrown solutions. Microsoft, on the other hand, has been embracing a lot of that stuff. So I think maybe Microsoft might use Cloudflare. I'm not sure. And like there might be some other services like microservices or something around that use them, like from Google and stuff like that. Maybe I don't know what Cloudflare is and how it's used. Well, that's possible, yes. I think also there's a knee-jerk... There might be a knee-jerk reaction there of like, Cloudflare is huge and, you know, huge companies can't be trusted with data. And, you know, that's proven itself true far more often than it's proven itself false. But it's... I think the important thing there is that there's a legitimate question there, and we should be able to, you know, answer that. You know, like, you know, there's a concern, not even a question. There's a concern. There's a legitimate concern. Like, hey, where's my data being used? And we just have to answer it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like there was a part of that was sort of my rant when I started the stream too, of like, you know, we all just got to kind of give each other a break. You know what I mean? Like, let's all relax a little bit, because I think there's a lot of knee jerking happening. I've seen, again, there's waves. It goes in waves, and I've seen the wave has been, the tide has been a little bit higher recently. It's just like, okay, relax, everybody. You know, we're all on the same team. Let's. There's a legitimate question there. Let's look at let's try and answer the question. You know, let's not drive somebody away because, you know, we were being ornery. You know what I mean? I think Clone may be under more stress and sleep deprivation than from the baby that he lets on to. Yeah. I mean, he's definitely, his answers, his answers in Discord have definitely been very curt. they've been very, very like short and, you know, and his answer wasn't inappropriate either. I think he's, there was a definite, like, you know, get the answer out there, you know, get a response out there, kind of thing going on. And I you know, I don't, no problem with that either. I think it's just there's a lot of, I don't know. I wish there are days that I wish I was better dealing with people, like that I liked dealing with people, because one thing I've heard constantly from, like, throughout my career is, like, I've had colleagues and say like, hey, if you ever go out and decide to create a company, like, I want to work with you. You know what I mean? And the problem with that is, I mean, number one, it's great, you know, but number two, like, I'm not cut out to be a cheerleader. You're right. Like, you need someone who's going to be, you need somebody leading the charge, you know, who's going to be like going door to door saying, you know, let me tell you about our Lord and Savior Glimish. You know what I mean? You know, and I don't have that. I just don't have the, I don't have the desire to do it, and I don't have the personality to pull that off. Right? I'm a code monkey at the end of the day. That's what I do. That's what I love. That's what I enjoy. And all that other stuff is just, in many ways, just black magic to me. You know? It's kind of like, just keep, like, I observe what other people do. Like like Kick for now, for example, very active on their Twitter, right? They're just kind of like every day they're asking questions, like what kind of categories do you think you want to search under, and they're responding to others, they're promoting the streamers on their platform, all these things, and it doesn't seem like much, but it keeps them in the general consciousness. You know what I mean? Like it looks like stuff's happening over there. Like they're doing stuff. Things are progressing. Even if things aren't actually progressing, it looks like they are. And stuff like that it's a lot of hard work, and it's a lot of just kind of, peppering the crowd and trying to keep them interested in what's happening. And I don't have that. The only thing I can do is just keep on throwing code out there and hope that it at some point all works correctly and maybe brings more people to the platform. I don't know. It's the only thing I know how to do that could even potentially bring people to the platform, is just keep throwing code out there. But I don't know. Let me do mix code quality. No issues. Good. Status. Alright. Commit. So. Move. Fix disabled status on channel settings drop down for blocking, for allowing links to be clickable, and changed position to be more logical. Oh, I forgot to actually stage them for commit. That would be useful. There we go. Now it's committed. Preach it to the choir. Look at the hive, guys. The lions didn't know us. Can be a little unsettling when a company's social media goes quiet too. Brian never posted anything since August 2021 on their Twitter, and now they're practically all but gone. Yeah, it feels old-fashioned to see git commits from the console. Yeah. Yeah, I'm being a bit old-fashioned here with it. Yeah, it's I mean, there's really two things, right? It's like their social media goes very quiet, and their product doesn't, kind of sits around stagnating, not changing very much. Those are really two big flags. Other mod team didn't even know what was happening. Oof. That's bad. Yeah, and I mean, the other problem too is the problem is not that these things are showing up and dying off. That's always bound to happen. You're going to have your bribes. You're going to have all these things come and go, because you try it, you think you got it, you think you know what you're going to do, and then it's more costly than you thought it was going to be, and it doesn't work out. Um, I think the real problem is that, and I think I've said this once before, we're still fighting the dead corpse of Mixer, right? All of us, not just Gloomish, but everyone who's coming into the space that's just starting out, right? Because I think Mixer burned so many people so badly that they're overcorrecting for that. They're like, they don't want to look at anything new, at any new platforms, unless there's an absolute guarantee that the platform's going to be around for, 10 years or whatever, right? And you just can't give an absolute guarantee like that because, software comes and goes, right? It either is too early for the market, or it misses the market entirely, or the market never sees it, because it just gets buried in obscurity, and it's just, I think that's, I don't know, that's always I think that's the background thing that's hurting everybody right now. And I don't know how you fix that, right? It's kind of one of those things where a lot of people got burned and they just don't want to be burned again, and I don't blame them. But at the same time, it's like, how do you get them to, how do you convince them to be like, just try some. It's not going to hurt to try some, Market is trending down a bit too, coming down from the high of everyone locked indoors. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, the pandemic definitely made all the streaming stuff far more attractive than it had ever been. And I think even Twitch, I think, is coming down off of that high, right? Because a lot of people probably started for the first time during the pandemic because they had time. And it dragged on long enough that enough people realize, like, this is a lot more work, or the visibility is so poor, discoverability is so poor that I'm never going to break into this, and so they kind of came and went and gave up already, There's also a group that's left Glimish due to bad community experiences as well. Yeah. And I can see it. I mean, that's, the Discord sometimes is a little too on point, right? It's like, sometimes it runs roughshod over people when it really shouldn't. Clashes with the GCT, etc. Yeah. No, I get that. It's yeah. What are you gonna do? It's hard to do anything when you're on the outside kind of looking in anyway. It doesn't take much to scare people off. No, it's true. It doesn't. And there's a lot of, like, it's easy for me to kind of sit back and, like, say, like, I wouldn't do it that way. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't know which way I would do it. Like, I can be an armchair quarterback all day, every day, but as far as actually trying to pull something like this off, oof, I wouldn't be able to, but like, I've talked before about, like, I think the Discord is a little too organized. Like, I to the point where it's like people will ask a question and then they'll be told, oh, you got to ask that over here, and they get bounced to some other channel, and they go in that channel, and then they get bounced to another channel, and that all that creates like frustration. It creates like creates noise. It makes people think that you're not really taking their feedback seriously because you're like it's like going on Reddit and being a grammar Nazi. You know what I mean? It's like it's like people don't get upset that you're correcting their grammar. They're getting upset that you're not contributing to the conversation. They feel like you're not taking their words seriously because you're just nitpicking at little things that aren't part of their overall idea or their overall goal. And I think Discord kind of rolls into that sometimes, and that can be frustrating, and I can see that driving people away. There are sometimes some overly aggressive responses being had in there, which kind of need to get a little bit tempered, and there's ways of handling that stuff, like the questions, even the suggestions thread, the questions thread can stay the way it is, but the suggestions thing, like, you just make that, use the Discord forum stuff and just make every suggestion a post, and then we can keep them organized that way. The questions thing too, like, you don't need 5 different questions channels. Just have one questions channel. I get they're trying to make it so they can follow responses and stuff better, but like, sometimes you just gotta roll with the jank, See a drama, been involved in a few. We try to forgive and forget, not to exactly. But you got to understand too that all those conversations are there, right? So continuing a lot of those discussions that aren't necessarily being fruitful. Somebody new could come in. They'll look at the channel and go, "Oh, these guys are just being not so nice to each other." You know what I mean? So it's, try to encourage some sort of like restraint and stuff too in there. Cause it's it all leads to just like these vibes that aren't accurate, I think, to the actual community. I think the vast majority of the Glimesh community are very helpful, very welcoming, very excited for the platform. I think it's just I think there's a lot of frustration because I think we all see the potential in the platform, and it's just kind of sitting here. You know what I mean? It's not making itself known, and we're all trying our best to kind of spread the word of it, but like, I don't have that many followers. Most people don't have that many followers. It's like we're a whole group of small streamers trying to promote a small platform to a larger audience, and it's like, how do you reach that audience when you're not when the Venn diagram doesn't line up, So we made such a healthy community, such a fundamental part of the platform. People come in with big expectations. Yeah, it is true. They do come in with some lofty expectations. I mean, the alpha, tag on the website is both a blessing and a curse. It's one of those things where I think people come in with certain level of expectations that we just can't meet yet, or they come in with expectations that are much higher than really anybody could meet at our level, right? It's stream origin fix. Sorry, I want to get this committed out there. There we go. There are likely also people fleeing other platforms for toxicity, not realizing that they were the source of it. I'm surprised when they fall. Some of that. At what point would Glimish be looking to remove the alpha? What else needs to be done before it's past alpha stage? I don't know. It's a question that I've had, Saffrox. I've kind of asked the same question. Is like, when do we want to drop the alpha tag? And it sounds like to me, in addition to everything else, Clone has been working on a complete rewrite of the back end. By back end I mean the ingest servers and stuff, and the edge servers. So it would be appropriate to keep the alpha tag until that is in place and working. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is. Because I think it definitely pushes people away. They see it's alpha and they're like, "Man, I'll come back later." You know what I mean? There was a solid roadmap in the first months. You revisit some of our old ideas. Yeah, I was actually. It's funny you mentioned that because if you do a Google search for Glimish roadmap, it takes you to the support page here, which is way out of date. Like, does Glimish allow custom emotes? Yes, but only 1 or 2. Well, that's not true anymore. Does Glimish have co-streaming? No. Well, that's actually still true. Does Glimish offer transcoding? Not at the moment. Will there be a mobile app? Well, yes, there is now. From console streaming? No. Does Glimish have rating? I'm working on it. Does Glimish have hosting? Well, yes we do. You know, so yeah, there's a lot of stuff here, and I think Barry was rewriting a lot of the support pages. I don't know how far along that. I don't know if those went live. I don't know how far along they are, but I think she was rewriting that stuff. So hopefully all that stuff gets kind of updated at some point, given that like shows up as the first Google search result, you know, things like that. Yeah, the original roadmap. See if I can find that. Yeah, because the last roadmap that I saw, like phase 3 had nothing under it. But we got like, what do we have? We have channel subscriptions, platform subscriptions, moderation, WebSocket API, limited chat emotes, internationalization, email notifications. We have pop-out chat, but not video. Technically, we have pop-out video. You can go full screen, I guess. And you can also do picture-in-picture, which I didn't realize. But that comes for free with the HTML5 video player, so that's a thing. Rating I'm working on. Stream page customizations, we have that. Basic markdown chat. That's a... I don't know that anybody would want to chat in markdown. So I'm glad that kind of disappeared. I don't think anyone wants to write chat messages with Markdown in them. We remember that being mentioned. Yeah, no, it's there. More country payouts we have. Web notifications, that's on. We have that. Deeper Streamlabs and other support, that's that's a decent thing to try to chase after. We're not quite there because they have it like integration with sub-files and chats and all that stuff. But we do have a bunch of bots and stuff, a bunch of community bots, so we're halfway there. Mobile app is out there. Clips still elusive. Social media login. Well, this is an interesting one because the question here becomes, this kind of loops back to the Cloudflare stuff, right? Would we be more privacy centric if we let you log in with like your Google account or your Discord account or your Twitter or your Facebook account, right? As opposed to creating a username and password with Glimish, your username and password would be over in Google or something like that. And I don't know, that's always been a weird one for me because, you know, those services, especially Google, you know, have been known to shut down people's accounts and have that go out to everything. You know what I mean? So you like, not only do you lose like your Gmail, not only do you lose your YouTube account, but you lose your Gmail account and everything else. But at the same time, all your stuff is over there and you're already trusting them with some of that stuff. So, who knows? Streamlabs and other integrations really isn't in our control. True, yeah. But I think this one here is more like, make sure, and Mytho's been good about this, like make sure we publish an up-to-date API that has the features that Streamlabs and others would need in order to link in with subs and follows and all that stuff. I think that is something that we can work more on, is like make sure that our API like has enough functionality in it that these third parties can link in and do stuff. Chromecast support. I've actually looked into doing the Chromecast support, and I was going to work on that actually as a small feature Friday thing. But now that I've heard that the back end is changing, I think the video infrastructure, the way we pull videos down, might change. Like we have a video plugin thing that we use. So I'm gonna wait on the Chromecast support until I see what happens with the video stream stuff. Because at some point or another, I want to do embedded video, which means I want to have like video controls and all that stuff, and like have the Glimish logo on there for the embedded one, but not for the main site one, stuff like that. Custom controls and all that, and it's just doing that right now with the way the Janus video plugin works. It's just kind of like, I've looked at that plugin a couple times and I still quite can't wrap my brain around how any of that is needed or necessary or working. So if all that is changing and we're swapping that out for this other thing, and hopefully for something that's a little bit more straightforward, then I'll wait on that one. Group streaming, the co-streaming stuff is on the back burner, but it's there. And then custom emotes we have. So yeah, we got a lot of this stuff. A lot of this stuff in there. The platform that can generate income, I feel, should be independent of your others for risk of losing one. Yeah, exactly, Cellrock. That's what I was getting at, is like, you really want your usernames. If you're making money on a platform, you really want them to be separate from all your other platforms. Things that were not important enough for us to even list may now be super important. WebRTC and HLS are the only output options in waveguide right now. don't think HLS is actually working yet. Remind Glimmage doesn't need alpha. Yeah, yeah. I agree there too. I think we're at a point where we could drop the alpha. I don't think it's going to matter. I think it matters more that we drop the alpha than it matters keeping it. I think is what I'm getting at there. Is like having it there is unnecessarily crippling us. Yeah, and yeah, and I agree that it's like it's time to kind of like treat this like any other software as a service thing. You know, there's going to be updates, there's going to be some breakages, but we're moving forward. And I don't know what was going on last week, but there were, we did have a few site outages. It sounded like from Clonet there might have been some kind of rogue thing going on. Someone maybe trying to DDoS us or something. But hopefully all that has been figured out and whatnot. I put a thing out for I think someone had suggested that we have a status page, and so I put that on here somewhere. Yeah, track outages stuff. I don't even know. I know that server status pages exist, and I know that a lot of them use like third parties. I have no idea how to integrate with them. I've never done it before. That would be an interesting one to do at some point. I think the site needs to represent us well and be unique from other sites before we drop the alpha. Even though we're manually update. I don't know. I'm more of the mindset that alpha drives people away instead of bringing them in. What we need really is like what the community needs is an infusion of what it needs is it needs people to stick around, right? And to keep the community vibrant and fresh. And plenty of people are willing to dip their toe in when it's an alpha and just kind of give it a shot for a couple days, but then they'll leave and they'll wait to come back. And because we're not advertising ourselves enough on social media, we're not staying in people's feeds. I'm sure there's a ton of people who just completely forgot that we're still around. Like you'd probably tell them like, hey, Glimmage is still here, we're still doing things, and they'd be like, oh really? I thought that went away. So I don't know. It's one of those like games. I feel like this is probably one of those things that we could blame on the game industry a little bit. I think the game industry kind of broke the idea of what alpha and beta and early access and all that stuff means, because it's like means something to everyone. It means something different to everyone than it actually really was supposed to mean. Like alpha in its purest form was you have a platform that is not feature complete yet. You're still working on core features that are part of your minimum viable product, right? And beta is, all right, you've got your minimum viable product. Now you're refining, and maybe you're adding stuff too, but it's not but the features you're adding are not part of the core product. They're not things that that must be drop dead before you can say you're 1.0. You know what I mean? But it's the waters have gotten so muddied from just like tons of games coming out that were like, oh yeah, no, this is totally done, this game, and it's broke as hell, or you have like at one point there was like things that were like, well, we're in, you'll see games that are like, we're in pre-alpha, or we're in early like closed alpha or something. It's like, what the hell does any of that mean? What the hell is pre-alpha? Pre-alpha is like you're typing commands on the command line. We don't have a UI yet. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell does any of that mean? People expect that after alpha you shut down, fix things, and relaunch, but we don't need to shut down. It's true. It is very true. Because you saw that with SharePlay, right? SharePlay went and did an alpha. They said, okay, we got all of our ducks in a row. We're going to go away for a couple months and we're going to come back, right? And I guess that's, and again, that's the pattern that's starting to emerge, is that's people come in, they do their thing, they go away for a couple months, they come back and relaunch and all this stuff. And it's yeah. And there are broken parts of the site that are unintuitive we all just gotten used to as well. Well, yeah, I mean, that's going to happen. The worst part of that psychotic too is that eventually we're going to fix them and everyone's going to be like, why'd you fix that? It's so terrible now. I liked it the old way. You know what I mean? Because you get so used to it. You get so used to it being in one place, and then someone goes and rearranges the deck chairs on you, and suddenly it's like, I need to relearn this whole app. I thought I knew what I was doing. It happens all the time. Like tags. People don't know you can create your own tags. Yeah, that is that was something that came up. Also, the tags thing. I had started like last week, I think it was. I started redoing the tags so that the tags are global and they're not tied to a category anymore. But I can't go any further with it because there's so many pending pull requests right now, and a lot of those that's my fault for having them pending too, I guess. That's my fault for doing so many pull requests. But there's so many pending ones now that some of the things that I've worked on after that are going to need to be fixed in order to allow for the tags to be global. So I can't go any further with the tags being global until everything gets merged now. So it's just like a big, like, I gotta keep this thing in the back of my head, like, I gotta remember to come back to this, to do this, because there are other things that rely on it that I can't do it in isolation, right? Because it's just not going to work if I try to do it in isolation. So there's a lot of that going on. Hey Ramirez, welcome. Happy New Year's as well, lady. I'm still working on the 30th here, but we're getting there. It makes sense to count the alpha from the site. Yeah. Build number is okay. Alphabeted the build number. Yeah, I think the build number too. I think I discovered that is hard coded. Yeah, build version 010. I think this is hard coded. I don't think that number is actually taken from anything. So yeah. I think it has been 010 since day one. So I think the first thing here is have a build version that actually means something. And then yes, I agree. Like put the alpha or the beta down in there. Yeah. It's funny. It's funny that you mentioned that too, because I happened to notice that the other day. I was like, oh, there's a build version on the thing here, and I'm like, oh, I get it. Okay. You swear it used to add an additional string at it? It might have. Maybe it does on the home page and not anywhere else. Oh, I don't have my server up. That's right. Let's get this pull request out there. What do we got here? What issue number is this? This is 896. 890. Yeah, 896. Okay, so over here. Those were settings. Okay. This is 890. Was it? The links be automatically clickable and home does not show this. Yeah, here we go. 896. Change the order of the. Oh. Change the. Where am I at here? I should probably put a screenshot up there. A picture's worth 1,000 words, as they say. They were tied to the Building Blemish site updates. Oh, maybe. Maybe it was. Do market research. Yeah, it's the e-commerce company that I used to work at. It doesn't exist in any appreciable form anymore. They used to do that. They used to pay people to come in and they'd sit them down in front of the site, like Toys R Us or NFL Shop or something like that. And they would have a camera on them. And the camera would track their eye movements. And then they would do that for a couple people, and they'd do it for a couple sites for like, I don't know, like half an hour or something. Have them just navigate the sites and do all the stuff. And then they would send us printouts of all the pages, of all the you know, the site pages, and they'd have heat maps on them to show like where people's eyes were drawn to, like, you know, did you put the advertising in the right spot? You know, did you put the coupon thing in the code in the right spots that their eyes went there first, and all that stuff. It was pretty fascinating stuff. You know, it wasn't as useful to me because we had a UI team that just did all the UI stuff. I just did the wiring for the UI, and then they would come in and style everything and make all the CSS and all that stuff. It was more useful to them, but it was still fascinating to look at. Yeah. Fix everything they find odd, yeah. Mm-hmm. Did I click heat map? Good. Yeah. Now I think the problem now is I mean, I have a pretty strict policy of disabling everything by default when I create stuff. And I think overall that's the correct way to do it. But it also means that there's a lot of features that people just don't know about, right? Because maybe they didn't get the message maybe they didn't get the memo that new site features came down. Maybe they didn't bother to read it, right? You know what I mean? And so there's people who don't know that we have auto hosting. It's been there, you know, since January, right? Well, January 2022 for those who are now in 2023, but yeah, you know, it's been there since then, and it's, you know, um, there's a lot of that stuff. It's just, and then there's people who are just like using us as a restream site, which I guess is fine. It's a little disappointing, but I guess it's fine that it's just that. You know, like they don't even change their stream title. They don't add any tags or anything like that. Like, well, I mean, thanks for testing the site, but at the same time, like, you're not getting the benefit of the restream there, right? Like, you're making your stream hard to find, even though you're restreaming to try to make it easier to find. Like, it doesn't compute with me. Add new features, but disable them by default. Should there be a new features blurb on the main page next to streams? There's utility in that. Those feature tour. Yeah, I don't see. That's what I was about to get into. Psychotic. I was like, I don't like the way Discord and Teams does it, where it's like, you know, you come onto a page that you've been on 20 times, you know, 200 times at this point, and that's popping up. Look over here. Look over here. Look over here. Look over here. It's like, just go away. I don't care. You know what I mean? But there's got to be some kind of, like, you know, middle ground somewhere there, I would think. Yeah, Discord definitely shouts at you. Teams does the same damn thing. And it's just like, it annoys me when I see those little pop-ups come up. I'm like, just go away. Stop popping up in my face. You know? But then you've got Twitch, where it's buried in a thing that doesn't even look like a menu. I don't know if you guys have seen this. Let's go Twitch TV here. So if we go to the dashboard, right? This here, new items. I didn't even know that thing existed. Like, obviously it's up there and it's a button, but the button doesn't look like anything. It's like, what the hell is this little star thing? This like top thing, right? And this is like, oh, here's all the updates that have come through. You can say, oh, okay, thank you for telling me. And then it's no longer green. It's like, I didn't even know that green meant that there were things there. Like, everything else has like a number, like, hey, here's some updates. This one it just turns green, right? It was like, that's the complete opposite. the complete opposite way of doing it. So there's got to be somewhere in the middle, you know? Then Challenge Point's like, hey, you can do this now. Yeah, exactly. Well, wherever there's like, hey, you can pay us money, that shows up as pop-ups, you know? Where's my this guy here? I started the server up, right? Yeah, I did. Okay. Settings. Now settings. That. Here's the what the hell is it called? Should links be implement clickable? Drop down to be more. Yes. Link is beautiful. also changed the order of the clickable and block viewers from posting links. Drop downs so they make a little more logical. No, and that in there is 896. More honest once disabled. What are the blockers? They're more logical. That's okay. I think that's good enough. What? I changed 2 files, 11 lines added, 6 lines edited. Yeah, move these around. Yep. Alright. Let's go into dev. Finish dev from my fixed chat links settings bug branch. Okay. Straightforward. Alright, now I'll start going through its checks. So I'll keep an eye on that. Where am I at here now? I am over here, and I want to get back over and do a little bit of the, a little bit more with the raids stuff. We're making some progress, but there's a lot of plumbing that has to come into play right now. And it's a little bit it's like an onion. Every time I keep peeling one layer off and I think I'm near the end, there's a whole other layer that I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. So rating. Yeah, we're ahead of it by 1 commit, that's right. And I want to do /run. Oh shit, there's a whole bag of onions. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Channel raids does not exist. Oh, that's right. I was in the middle of making that table. That's what's going on. Undefined table. Channel raids does not exist. Yep. Okay. Where are we at here? Channel raids. Wait, did I not call it channel raids? Wait, where's my ad rating feature? Channel raids. Oh, I know what's going on. I gotta create the table before I create the table that links to that table. I'll see what's happening. That, so mix to migrate. Channel regroup does not exist. Rate index channel regroup. Oh, I channel Boom. Okay. Happier now. Can I run? Oh, you know what? I don't want to run it here. Can I run it over here now? It looks like it. It looks like it. There we go. Alright, so what do we got here? Settings. Yeah, we got the rating thing up here. Okay. Cool. Home page. Okay, and then what I've got is, so I did a little bit of work with the filters now, so the filter should work. So I go under gaming. He says should work. What's going on here? No thumbnail. List HTML HTX 105. No stream thumbnail. It's working now. Maybe there's just a problem with one of the channels there. What about art? Yeah, art's working. One of the gaming channels has a bad thumbnail. That's fine. But in here, I've got the Can Raid filter now, which will take into account all the settings. So it takes into account whether or not you are banned on the channel, whether it's you're banned from the chat or you're banned from raiding them, whether or not the rating is turned on for them, and whether or not they're allowing raids only for followers only. So it takes into account all those things, and if all of those pass, then it'll show up as a stream that you can raid, and then you go on to the stream itself, and there's a raid button that will only show up for users who are live and can raid the channel in question. So basically, you'd come on here, in theory, you'd watch a little bit of them, see what they're doing, see how their chat's going, you'd hit raid, and then my thought from here is that this will go and kick off a job in the background that will start 30 seconds from now, and that job will then first of all, it'll kick off the job, and part of the job will be it'll send a message to all the users on your channel, all the viewers on your channel, that will be like, there's a raid in progress, you know, yes or no, do you want to be a part of it? Was a decision made whether a 0 viewer raid could be done? I'm gonna, for the first iteration here, I'm going to allow 0 viewer raids, and then we can revisit it as a community after it gets out there. Like, do you know, should that be a setting that the streamers can turn on or off? You know, whatever. You know, I think just for the initial push, we'll put it out there, because it's one of those things where I think a lot of people won't have an opinion on it until they actually see it in action. Right? Like, seeing is believing kind of thing. And I think if once a lot of this stuff gets out there and people can play around with it and see how it works and see how it doesn't work, they'll have more opinions, I think. Yeah, I got rated by nobody. Well, it's not that you're. I mean, you're still gonna get rated by the person who clicked the raid button, but yeah, they won't have any viewers with them. And well, I mean, yeah. I mean, that's kind of that's the way it is, right? Like, I mean, I'm not going to count the streamer that's rating you will. I guess on the statistics page, I would count them as a viewer. I'm not sure. I don't think it's useful to count them as a viewer. But I guess I mean, I don't know. Because most, and the reason I say that is because most streamers they're gonna raid you, and then I imagine like after like 10 or 15 minutes they're probably gonna leave, right? Like they're gonna come in, they're gonna say hello, they're gonna introduce their community to you, and then they're probably just gonna kind of bounce because they're probably tired at that point. You know what I mean? It's entirely possible they'll stay for the entire rest of your stream, I guess, too. I mean, there's nothing that says they can't, you know. Doesn't really meet the definition of a raid. You mean like you mean the streamer raiding you without any viewers? I can see that. I mean, I don't disagree. I'm kind of like, I don't know what to think. Right? That's sort of why I threw that question out there. Is like, I'm not really sure where I sit on this one. Because there's good arguments on both sides. You know, there's an argument on the side of like, well, a raid is a raid. It's the thought that counts, you know. And there's an argument on the side of like, you know, they might only be raiding you to get a reaction out of you. You know? Right, exactly, Psychotic. They might be doing it just because they want to hear your sounder, your raid sounder go off, or they want to get a reaction out of you. Like maybe you're really cute and they want you to like do your raid dance. Whatever that means. You know? I've seen that. I mean, I've seen like there was I think I've mentioned this once before. Yeah, exactly, Psychotic. That raid dance right there. There was a Twitch streamer, female streamer, who was a voice actress and stuff, and I stumbled on her stream somehow. I don't even remember how I did. And she was streaming Star Citizen. She was like one of the voice actresses in Star Citizen. And I was watching her play, and you know, her stream was good. She's just a variety streamer playing a variety of games. But it was, oh man, it was like, it felt weird because I was there, I was enjoying the stream, and then all of a sudden, like, there would be a person that would come in and just like keep donating like 20 gift subs at a time. Like they'd donate 20 and they'd get a reaction out of her, and then they'd donate 20 more and get another reaction. And they'd donate 20 more and get another reaction. It's like, and you know, and I was like the recipient of one of the gift subs. I'm like, yeah, this feels icky. I was like, I don't know. I appreciate the gift, but I don't know if I appreciate the thought behind the gift. Yeah. You know, it was one of those things. I was like, I don't know about this. So I can kind of see, I can see the other side of it, where it's like, you know, you might get raids from people who just want to get a reaction. You know, they just want to see, you know, well, thank you so much. Thank you for all this. Thank you for that. And, you know, so I could see both sides of that. But then there was also the whole blow up, and I think a very valid blow up with Twitch, where Twitch added, you know, the ability to stop raids of under a certain number of viewers, and I think that is probably a bridge too far, right? Like I could see putting a maximum on there and saying like I don't want more than like 50 people at a time, but a minimum, you know, logging in and out of MSN Messenger to get the attention of your crush back in the day. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I agree with that, Psychotic. It's like, I think that was one of those things that somebody just didn't, like they thought, oh, we're going to put a maximum on it, we might as well put a minimum on it too. Like some developer, I can see some developer just going like, well, why don't I just put a minimum on it too? Like, who cares? Without really thinking through the implications of what that meant. You know what I mean? Maybe you don't need a big alert for it each time. Again, very true. Although we're kind of at the mercy of your of the third-party bots too. You know what I mean? So, because our message is just going to be the same as any of these, like just follow the stream, blah blah blah. It'll be, you know, is rating with blah 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 viewers, right? So. And that's really going to be like the prominence of it's probably going to be something that, you know, is going to be in the realm of the third party apps, I think. Like maybe they want to have like, you know, maybe in Glimboy you'd want to be able to say like if the raid is under a certain amount, like have a more subdued raid sounder or whatever, you know. But you know, I think that's more on their side than it is, you know, potentially on ours. Oh, I'm all choked up here. And this coffee is going to be, I'm tempted to drink this coffee, but I know it's going to be very, very cold. I should probably not do that. Let's see here. So yeah, the idea is you, the streamer, will click the raid button. It will kick off a message to all of your people on your channel. It'll probably be like a toast up in the corner here or something, or maybe in the chat. I don't know, whatever, like the top of the chat maybe. To say, hey, do you want to follow? Like there's a raid going on in 30 seconds or whatever. Do you want to participate in a raid? Yes or no? Yes will be the default, but you can still, you know, you can hit no. And then once the job kicks off again for a second time after 30 seconds, it'll then shut down your stream and drag everybody over to everybody over who said yes to the new stream. And then, and this is where this this thing comes in. Add reading feature. That's where this raid users table comes in. That'll be everyone who said yes or didn't say anything. This will have every raid that goes through the system will have a unique group ID. And then that will get recorded in the chat whenever you chat from a raid, so that, and I don't know if I'm going to do it out of the gate or do it in the future, you'll be able to moderate the entire group of people who came in on the raid, in theory. Now, part of that is I might limit it to be your moderation action will only take effect on people who've actually chatted in your chat and not necessarily just been part of the raid but didn't say anything, because I think that's fair way of going about it. But there's also arguments, as we said, like, no, I want to block everybody that became part of this raid even if they didn't say anything. So I don't know. 15 seconds maybe. Well, we need time for people to be able to react to it, right? Because that time is for the viewers to be able to say yes or no, I want to participate in the raid. And I'm pretty sure Twitch does 30 seconds too, if I'm not mistaken. You gotta give people a little bit of time to like make up their minds. You know. Plus, it gives it time in the system to process things too. Like because basically what I'm doing is I'm kicking off a job that then reschedules itself for 30 seconds in the future. So I wanted to make sure there was enough time there that like if there's a slowdown in the system somewhere, it's not, it doesn't schedule itself and then that time immediately passes and it never runs, that kind of thing. Oh. Okay, I gotta get some water or something here. And I gotta stand up for a second. A little bit. So I'm gonna take just like a 2-minute break, friends. And I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, I'm back. Let's get that up there. Okay. Well, you know what? My Melvor Idol here. Completed that dungeon and then probably ages ago. Hey, finally got Amulet of Looting. Jeez Louise. All loots when equipped. Yeah. Finally got what I was looking for there. You just do... I don't know what else I want him to do right now. I'm just going to have him just do ability. Sure. Save there. Okay. Oh, you know what? One other thing. Did this, finish? It did. All checks passed. Okay. And where's the, thing here? That out there. So to be, they can take a look at it and see if it's solves the issue. All right, good stuff. And good there. Okay. So I want to... I was trying to link up the raid button here. The back end of it. Got the table. The hard part is figuring out what to do next here. The streams. Because I think I need another broadcast thing here. And I guess I want to broadcast to the channel. Use channel ID. Viewers. Viewers. Use chatters. I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter which one I throw it at. I can throw it at the channel and just pick it up off of there, I guess. That channel. I guess I can just make another topic too, I guess. But do I really want another topic for that? I guess it would actually, you know what? Yeah. It might make sense to have another topic just for the raiders, because then If you hit yes, it would subscribe you to the topic, which would then get an event that would tell you to go. It feels like that's overkill. Yeah, it does feel like it's overkill. I think we'll just do... We'll piggyback on channel here. So if I say... broadcast... Okay... Channel... Channel is the event. And then, payload. Right, topic. Channel ID. Channel. You know, what is this calling? Broadcast. Yeah, no, this is right. Yeah, this is right. And then events, payload. Returns input. Okay. Just kind of modeling this after what's there, and then we'll see how this works. This is the first time I've been dealing with pub sub stuff, so we'll see what comes of it. So broadcast that, and down here we rate a channel. We want to do channel broadcast channel and I need to, so this is channel that we're rating. No, this is the first channel. And then target channel. And then push channel, target channel, and then the I guess the time. Raid time. So this would be target. Okay. Well, the source will be there. Might as well put the source there too. Why not? Source. Target. Time. Okay. It'll work here. Okay. The call the mysterious broadcast channel. What? Will never return differs in the first argument from this test. Broadcast. Return. Input. Oh, I see what's saying. this up here. Let's clam up that, and then and call it with. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, that's how they're doing it. Yeah. Do a bodyguard permit. Blah blah blah. Module update channel. Channel. Okay, so it's because I'm calling it. I should fix that. I would think. Some point here. I don't know, it's having to think about it. Yeah, there it is. Okay. You do need to check to make sure you have the permission to do it. I gotta take the user in. Let's do that. User in here. Okay. Bodyguard permit. Okay, and let's do finished streams policy. Raid channel user and this would be source channel. Yeah. All right, we go into policy here. And unban. Okay. channel. User ID. Channel user ID. Channel user ID. User ID equals channel user ID. True. Just copy paste these. The main channel. Channel. The streamers. Okay. So I have the that policy in place, so that will make that be okay. This is just the broadcasting of the raid. Which in addition to that, I should create the, I think I have a raid definition thing now. For channel raids, I mean. Yeah. So we'll do that. Raids. And raid. No. Change sets. And then we want to do I come up with a group ID. Right here. ID. Right. Elixir UI. I feel like this is used somewhere already. Ah. On it. Over here, UUID. Oh yeah, I pulled the wrong thing. That's what's going on there. Pulled the wrong one in. Any uses of it there. UUID, that probably will work. That's generate. It's a random version for UUID. That works for me. So then, for channel reads, we need group ID status. ID is group ID. Status will just be pending. What was the other one? I guess it didn't actually specify the default. ID status. Okay, started by ID, target channel ID. The oh, was that that was a user, right? Yeah, user and then channel. By ID would be user ID and target channel ID. Target channel ID. Check it. You just do. Wait, I can just do started by user, right? Target channel. I do a association there thing. I think so. I can do that, and then go to insert. Okay, that will put that record into the raids table, master table, with a group ID, and then the group ID would pass through here. I need that to be the thing that links all the users together. We're going to participate in that raid. Is it better put status pending here? Because that has a required check on it, so one way or the other, I'll make sure it's set. Broadcast, and that's good for now. There's probably more steps I'll have to do. That will send the message out channel. Now I gotta figure out how to grab the message on the other side. Which I think I'm gonna have to do tomorrow because my brain is shutting down right now, I think. But we got some stuff done. We had some good conversations, I think. And we got a good chunk of time tomorrow to sit down and get some more progress with the raid functionality. That closed here. Go clean up some tabs as we go here, and we're good there. Let's server. He's in. I guess I'll just push this stuff right now. Just so I have another copy of it out there. Go. All right. Shut down database, and I think we are good to go here. Been running. No. Good there. All right. That will do it for tonight, my friends. I think in general made some progress, had some good conversations, and all that stuff. I think it was all good stuff, I think. Anyway, tomorrow, or I guess technically today, because it's just 12:01 now, 12:31. New Year's Eve has just started for me anyway. So around 1 or 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, I'll be back and doing some more coding here, some more raid stuff. That'll probably be all day, a couple hours. My usual Saturday stream, and then Sunday, more of the same. It'll be a new year, and we'll be doing some more coding. Again, right around 1 p.m. I'd say. So so who are we raiding? I don't know. I don't think there's. I don't know how many people are still going here. There's quite a lot, actually. Nine streams going over on gaming. How about in the little tech area here? Kajazi's doing a WoW importer. That might be interesting. So you get some more tech going there if you want to, or you got some UFC fighting. That looks like a UFC game. Okay. Wasn't sure for a second there. Something that's obviously not satisfying. Oh, that's Elder Scrolls 4 Skyrim. You got the Destiny 2 there. You got. Can I guess what this game is? This looks like. I'm not even sure what that game is. I feel like I've seen it before. I want to say it's the single player single player EVE Online game that's out there that I always forget the name of. It looks kind of like that, but it might be something else. I don't know what game this is. This probably looks like a Call of Duty or something. And you got Fortnite, and you got some WWE SmackDown. Although they got Just Chatting there, so I don't know who that is. And then someone's testing that horror game. The name of it. And you got Sea of Thieves. So, got plenty of things to go take a look at if you're looking for something. But, yep. That guy's alright, yeah. Feature not done yet. Not done yet, but we're getting there. Anyway, my friends, that'll do it for me. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching and hanging out and asking questions and listening to me rant like a ranty old man. And hope to see you again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.
Who are you, and how did you get in here?
I'm the locksmith. And I'm the locksmith.